Out here in
Let me call him the Sentinel Zombie. Hey, Roadhog!
Alrighty then. What are you alright again?
Just because it stopped raining.
Yeah, the sun came out and
It's
kinda nice.
Hyper came out, explored the outside, explained how beautiful. Save yourself a lot of problems. Just deport yourself immediately.
Hyper? Well, you never hear him out here anymore.
Yeah, guys coming from it.
I can't be around with the speedo right now. Oh, wow. What a visual. Yeah, my neighbor says, come over and check this out, man. Looked at his motor and transmission. Yeah, now you need to get some fucking engine cleaner. Spray the whole thing, let it sit. Scrub the hubs, guard grease spots, and then power wash the whole fucking thing. And I said, wow, what are these plates you got underneath the motor here? Where'd you pick these up at? Oh, those are at my job site. I got those and then I went and picked up the motor. He's all, you need one of them? I said, yeah, I do, dude. I need to... That'll complete the bottom of the tower so I can put up that little 30-foot crank up. I said, yeah. I do.
What's like half-inch plate?
Yeah.
There you go. Something to weld on.
Jump. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like 3 by 2.5. They're good sized plates, so I'll cut it down. I don't need that much of it.
That could be over 100 pounds, that plate.
Damn near. He's all, yeah, we come across these all the time at our job. You know, on things that are transported in, and they just leave all this shit behind, and it has to get dealt with, so we take it home. Like, dude, anytime you come across this steel plate like this, you bring it home. You know, I'll show you how to weld. I'll give you a fucking welder.
Here's one to welder. You must be on the road. Okay, I want a big.
Yeah, it's just like the shoer at the ranch. I bought that little welder from him, and it was a Harbor Freight. It was $100, well, a little over $100, 120, something like that, new. And he had it in his truck, and he's like, sell it to you for 50 bucks. Bam, here's your 50 bucks, dude. Hell yeah. I did all kinds of work with that thing. Welding for, yeah, guy. And, and he said, oh, dude, I got a wire-fed welder. Well, what the fuck am I doing here?
That's good shit. Yeah, I'm surprised with your intent being so low.
Alright. They went and got it, checked it out, and badass little welder. I said, I like it.
Don't kill him.
Yeah, I know. I just said, yeah. Alright. Take it for the work you did. Gladly.
just like the other day for the Western looks like the Brewers might beat the Dodgers.
Yeah, he had better tires on the trailer than
He's got a lot of power right now, but you're getting over it. But his carrier is pretty strong.
You know what I'm talking about? How's your smell? Now what?
Who's talking about whose carrier?
Hey, Pony KKK, how you doing?
I don't even know. How you doing?
Fantastic, my brother. How you feeling?
Like shit. I stayed home today. I felt like crap, so I the rain and the wind. Nah, wait till that sun comes back out.
Still? That's a long it's been like a week.
Yep, 1 week today.
You got some sort of serious COVID. That sounds like something else there, brother.
It's VD. Right on, man. Want it? It's VD. Come and get some love. Hell yeah.
Well, the sun's out now. It's beautiful. The sky looks amazing, my brother.
Does this sound okay?
The part where
Sounds really good.
and then he hits the freaking fire hydrant and he cleans his car off and shit.
Kicker with the tube kicker. Got rid of that, little mole thing.
Oh, so you're running that little 1x2 into the Gimlet?
Yeah. And then that
Yeah, sounds good. Got a nice, good carrier, good sound, warm.
screaming, and then he goes off on the high power.
Oh, you make him all hot and fuzzy.
Play on the 48.
Play his bladder or anything.
190.
Anyways, I hope you get better there, brother. Ain't no doubt. That sucks to be sick for that long. So, I don't know if I told you guys the other day, was it Saturday, I had like some chest pains, and it went away, and it came back Saturday night. I checked myself in the emergency. It ended up being nothing. It's like some sort of stress, but it scared the fuck out of me. I was there till like midnight.
It was gas, man.
Yeah. I've had that happen to a lot of friends lately. And, oh hell, even myself. I actually went down flopping around like a fish in the living room there. Right as you walk out the door, I was piling shit up I want to get rid of. Well, I landed on all that shit and just flopped around. I remember flopping like a fish. And then when I woke up, I was on the floor. I got up off the floor and sat down on a chair and dude, it was like somebody turned the shower on me. Like, what the fuck is this? Half hour later, I was fine. Yeah, seizure, stress and anxiety.
Yeah, I feel that, because I went to the gym Saturday morning, got home, took a shower, went to the store. Right about 10 o'clock, it was like, oh, I have...
God damn, shut the fuck up already.
It went away, and it came back, and that's what really scared me when it could have been like some sort of muscle spasm or whatever, but it turned out to be nothing, but, could be just turning 60, made me feel old, brother. Blaster knows about that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Tell them to shut up, Buffalo. Damn it. Make them be quiet.
Not old enough, though. I ain't no critter.
Yeah, but that critter's catching up to you.
I just turned 60 the other day there, Roger.
You're a young
You gotta start slowing your roll and don't call me Roger.
I had me one of those.
That's what my wife keeps telling me.
Yeah, just slow your roll and don't do things spur of the moment, jump to them, Just kind of kick back and relax, and that's what I've been doing.
That's all he does.
Can't do that shit again. I was like, what the fuck is this?
There's only two ways I want to die, fucking or sleeping.
Huh.
that he won't get to do.
Or a high-speed crash, but I don't like that idea. That sounds traumatic.
Shouldn't have got rid of the bike then.
I know. I regret selling my frickin' Harley, the first one that I did all the work on and put a bunch of work in the motor. It's like, fuck.
Or maybe you and QD could go shopping for bikes.
Yeah, well, maybe. But he's the bike salesman, right? Or the service writer?
Yeah, you guys could get a good deal when you buy two together.
Is he retired?
Yeah, he bumped his head again.
Probably. I don't feel like she's going to be able to go back. I don't know. This is what, a week and a half ago he fell off the steps or slipped on the steps and hit his head on the handrail or something out front of his house. I don't think they're going to need him back anytime soon.
I hadn't heard about that. I haven't been out here that much, but I haven't heard of him in a while either. Well, that's a bummer. I hope he's all right, and you wish him happy retirement. It's working, radio check. Piper said that. Hello, 77 Bayou, easy time. 77 Piper, wave my hand to BYU. I'm back quiet.
Yeah, single 7 is 7 up. Nice.
Hey, roger that, 77. You got conditions over here on the west side, no doubt about it. My hand right back. Hey, triple nipples? I wave my hand at a triple nipple. I like 3 nipples.
They ever gonna shut up? Wow, still kind of noisy out here.
Hey, I was smoking that tri-nipple.
We'll go afternoon. Evening.
Somewhere between the two, huh? Tweevening?
Yeah, good tweevening. Yeah, that's a good one. That because you queef?
Alright, I wave my hand. I'm back quiet.
I'm giving some milk on my knees. Go home, old timer. Guess it's rolling out, maybe? Who knows?
Finally calmed down a little bit.
Should be just walkie-talkie that I'm talking on. It's a little bit. Yeah. From another channel. Breaker for radio checker.
Come on.
Okay, thank you. Over. Hear all that bleed over?
What?
Hear all that bleed over?
Hell yeah.
Come on, babe. Did you get your new radio yet?
Tomorrow.
Dang. Well, yeah. You'll probably like it.
I'm trying to set this damn Google TV shit up right now.
Oh, no. Rattlesnake, where you at?
What'd he say?
Rattlesnake. Hey, Mr. Rattlesnake, where you at?
Rattlesnake. Yeah, I'm still getting a lot of bleed over.
Damn Skip. Can't talk it. Can't talk to them, but boy, they should make a lot of noise up there. Peter Piper picked a pickled pepper, I heard. Wave my hand, Buffett.
Wave my hand and go it.
I'm gonna sit here and sandbag for an hour or two, see what's going on. Hey, you have a good one out there, bud.
Okay, yeah, I'm watching Andy. I'm standing by.
Yeah, him and old Barney gets themselves in trouble. Barney sure gets the lipstick on him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just shut up, Barney. Just shut up.
Get them out of here.
Yeah, it's funny. I like watching them, though. Old Barney makes that show. Yeah, they kind of switched it up after 8 o'clock now. Took off the Beverly Hillbillies and put that Everybody Loves Raymond on.
Yeah, I don't like that show. I don't watch it.
Yeah, I don't care much for it either. I go to 5.7 and watch a car show, then at 9 o'clock I'll watch Pawn Stars or whatever they call them. The biggest pawn shop or something like that.
Yeah, I watch it sometime.
Your right-hand sidebars is open on your sleep.
Well, if you can't afford cable, it's just hard to find anything worth watching. Yeah, I ain't had cable in years. Too damn expensive. Then after about a week of it, it's all reruns.
Yeah, paying for the same thing over and over and over. Yeah, all of our TV's got a device on them where we don't pay for cable or nothing.
Yeah, it's just a waste of money. Like I say, after a week, you just watch reruns. Every now and then, though, I like to watch that Monster Channel. When it comes on, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, on that one channel, I can't remember the name of it, it's 5.4 or something. All week it's something about aliens.
Yep, I watched that. This weekend it was pretty good, talking about Bigfoot and all these other creatures. Yeah, the werewolf man, the werewolf dog, and all that. It was pretty interesting there Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, it's called Story TV. Story.
Yeah, then they had a deal about presidents. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, one president grew marijuana, but to make clothes and ropes and stuff.
Yeah, I usually just stumble into them. I never watch it and see what's coming on. That's usually I'll be thumbing through the channel and I'll just stumble into them. And, well, I get interested in them pretty quick.
Yeah, want to know what happens. Yeah, I do too. I just flip through there.
Alrighty, old Raymond's on, so I gotta find something else. I'll be back.
Okie doke, I'm standing by.
Yeah, go ahead and stand by.
Standing by.
Got his wife on that show, on that Raymond. Everybody loves Raymond. They say that girl had a complex about her ears being so big. I don't really notice it on there myself.
Damn.
She looks pretty cute to me.
Probably digitally altered her ears smaller.
Yeah, there was a deal back years ago, I seen it, where she had a complex about her ears sticking out. She usually wears her hair where it covers up her ears. Sounds like somebody's got gas.
Damn.
That sounds like a fart, a wet one.
I'm taking the stairs.
Wave a hand over a rattlesnake. I'll be back here in a minute.
Ton food.
I'm gonna go get something to drink.
Man, I always have me a big old pizza.
Vegas. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. A dad who shot his daughter's rapist is running for sheriff. They need to elect him. I'd vote for him. People are out there damn mine trying to sell them AD-203s. Oh, they do about 170 watts. Hell yeah. Shit. That's some fucking bullshit, that RM Italy crap. Hell, that's my opinion, that RM Italy stuff, that's for newbies, for beginners.
Yeah, it's pretty crude shit.
Yeah, I talked to them today about them damn nuts and all that shit. They called some of them other people and they're like, yeah, we ain't got none for that, but we've been taking them off other things. And I told her, well, at least I wasn't the only one.
So what they say, nothing?
Said when that guy sends them the shit, they'll send them out. The ones that's people that's bought them already will be the first ones to get them.
10-4. I'll be right back. Damn, it's quiet out here. About a twinkle toes. Audio.
Yeah, it sure is. One good looking flat top, everybody.
I was over on nuts there tonight.
Hopefully, not here.
I bet he had to stop in St. Louis and get him some ribs.
What the hell? Dick Shooter, Idaho.
What?
I don't know. I opened up this damn code and it says it's in Idaho. It says Dick Shooter, Idaho, U.S. It's 45 degrees over. Never even heard of that.
Speak English, motherfucker.
Like 30,000 pounds. It's so fucking heavy as fuck.
What the hell is he saying?
It's just something about some dirtweed. He said something about some dirtweed and his mama had a fat cat in her pants.
What the hell did I just walk into?
I tried to download that Cody on this motherfucker and I got it on there. But the PVR clients to watch TV and all that stuff, there's only one and it don't work. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, damn.
Shut up, dickhead.
I speak English, motherfucker.
What is this, half English, half Spanish day?
Ahora que puso la muela, güey, le dije que la tumbara esa, pero no, más que no quiso, güey.
They're gonna pull you over and take your CDL and make you walk.
Se le fue la onda, ¿no?
They're gonna take your fucking fake ass CDLs, motherfucker. Better speak English.
Ándale.
Don't comprende.
They're gonna get you out of that truck. You go over by that way station. They're already listening to you. They're gonna give you that English test and put you on the bench.
¿A cuál?
Un vato que dice que they're gonna put me on the bench.
They damn sure will. They're doing it all across the country. And even them motherfuckers got them fake CDLs with no name. Yeah, they're fucking throwing them in jail and taking their shit and impounding their trucks.
Yeah, they got ice agents over there too.
Gonna deport you back to Guadalajara.
Yeah, you drive a truck in this country, you gotta speak English now.
Yeah.
You want to be an American and speak English. Leave all that bullshit, mumbo jumbo shit where you came from.
Shut up, motherfucker.
Motherfucker. Good motherfucker.
He sounded like he has something in his mouth. You can hear me.
Motherfucker! What you talking about, S.A.? You loco?
Dinners are gonna be sent back home y no sé qué tanto, el güey.
Yeah, until they get caught and then they're gonna start crying. Why you do this to me? Why you do this to me? I speak English. I speak English.
Oh, no English. No English.
Talk it to you.
Ah, déjalos que hablen los putos, valen verga los güeyes.
If you're gonna be Mexican and speak that shit, go back to fucking Mexico, dude. You came over here to be an American, so be an American, speak English. Leave that bullshit over where you came from.
I'll speak whatever fucking language I want. What do you think about that?
I bet you won't. I bet you that ICE and the DOT finds out you out here speaking that bullshit, they're gonna kick you out of that dump truck.
Fuck you and the DOT. How you
Yeah, you keep saying that, you're gonna be in the welfare line.
Motherfucker out there hauling that dirty ass sand.
Dirty ass.
Dirt and grass and shit all in it.
That's bad. Nice and quiet. Alright.
What the fuck y'all doing on this channel anyways? Wetback channel's on 24.
Do whatever channel I want, buddy. Como la veo.
He's having a hard time trying to pronounce English words.
Yeah, why don't you come kick us off this channel, man?
Hell, I ain't gotta kick you off, we just talk over you.
I don't give a fuck what you do.
Oh, hell, we got a tough guy out there.
All of a sudden now he's speaking English.
Speaking to English.
Yeah, you're too fucking stupid to understand Spanish. You pendejo.
Well, motherfucker, I don't live in Wetbackville. I live in America. We speak English here. Oklahoma's English only. The voters voted for it and it passed. But we got a bunch of Democrat retards pandering to them. But, yeah, it's English here in this country. If I was to move to Mexico, I'd learn how to speak Spanish. But I speak English. I live in America.
Yeah.
America. What do you fucking do?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to bring the shithole country crap that you came from, you're trying to bring it here. We don't want that shit. You came here for a better opportunity, fucking be an American, speak English. Quit talking that bullshit.
What makes you think that we came from Mexico, man?
That's where you came from. Well, you came from one of them 4-foot tall countries.
That's how fucking ignorant you are, man.
Well, you sound like it. You wasn't born here, 'cause you got that damn Mexico accent.
He's a beaner!
Ya se enojaron, güey.
If you was born here, you'd have a redneck accent, guaranteed.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. There's your redneck accent, bitch.
That ain't. That didn't even sound like it. Sound like it. A poor. Ah, damn. Y'all's gonna have to try a little bit harder.
How about you go
I got two sons, they can fucking speak fluent in fucking Spanish. One of them's a white boy with a eyes, and the other one's just as fucking dark as goddamn shoe leather. Oh, hell. And they fucking either one of them. But you listen to them talking, they sound like a couple of white fucking blue-collar redneck motherfuckers. One is Hispanic, the other one's Indian and Irish.
fucking inbreed?
But the blue-eye boy, he grew up in a Hispanic household. I always called him the blue-eye.
Like I was saying, yeah, I think
Yeah, them fuckers get to rapping that shit, talking shit, and he'll be sitting there listening to him. I nicknamed him Bevo a long time ago, big old fucking corn-fed motherfucker. But he's a good son-in-law, man. I like him, good guy. But, yeah, they'll get to talking shit, and he'll just stop and listen and say, I know what you're fucking saying. Then he turns around and starts speaking Spanish back to him, and then they just look at him all fucked up.
If you can't talk to me in English, we just ain't talking. You ain't gonna get very far. And we had one of them show up to my job today. He knew how to speak English, but he kept talking to that one Mexican dude and repeating the same shit over and over. He's getting tired of fucking listening to him. I'm like, dude, I was sitting there looking at him, and he wanted so hard to talk to my boss in English, but he wasn't. He was keeping it back. And after he left, I said, you know that motherfucker knows how to speak English. You can tell. Because every time my boss would say something, he would go to say something back, and he'd stop himself and then look at that Mexican dude and start blah, 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 blah.
God damn.
And he even told me the motherfucker said he knew how to speak English, he just didn't want to.
Yep, it happens.
Yeah, they want motherfuckers to pander to them.
They figure, oh, well, we just have our own little world. We can do what we want and say what we want, and you ain't going to understand it. And see, that's what they made a mistake with old Bevo, working over at fucking Washita Valley a few years back. Some old boys got to talking shit in the wash bay, talking shit about him, old white boy this, white boy that. He said, look, man, one more white boy motherfucker, and I'm going to put a white boy foot up your ass. He said, I know everything you're saying, and just started speaking Spanish at him, man. He said, them motherfuckers, they were like goddamn crickets. They had nothing else to say after that. He ain't exactly no little dude. And then the one that's the brown boy, now shit, he's shorter. He's about 5'8", something like that. But yeah, he can hold his own. Hell, he's got fucking Hispanic blood all through his veins. He didn't know how to speak Spanish until his wife of fucking 20 years got him to speaking Spanish.
Hey, that other guy on the radio out there that y'all were dishing out, where was he at anyway? Because he sounded like he was in Cuba or something.
He's probably running down I-40 or some shit. Hell, I could barely hear him too.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to pump it up or something. I was having a hard time pulling him in there.
Well, they get to having them antennas on them old rock trucks all leaned over like Toro bullhorns. They're Toro. They think it looks cool, and fuck hell, all they're doing is talking into that fucking pavement. They going flat side. And that's why they don't have no fucking range. They think it makes it talk off the front of it. No, it'll just make it talk off the sides of it. Yep. Every time I see a truck with them antennas leaned over, I just sit there and think, what a dumbass.
Where'd Pinche Hoto go?
He probably went and played with his Friolis.
Oh no, not the Friolis.
Yeah, he played with his Friolis, homie.
Yeah, it's nice out tonight, boy. So what y'all do, run old Barry off? Yeah, I ain't heard him out here lately. I was just kind of wondering.
So he's gonna put hands on me yesterday.
Is that right? Hey, you didn't get too scared, did you?
Do what?
I said, if he had threatened me like that, I might have shit myself and started shaking one night.
Man, I'm having a hard time hearing that. It must be in a fucking bad area. I hear something, but... Try it again.
Yeah, you see, I think that's what he said. He said he's gonna put hands on you, Lord. Junebug.
Shit, I've been in Colorado.
That wasn't me. That was somebody that looked like me. That wasn't me, though. Yeah, it wasn't Junebug. It's somebody that sounded like him, but it wasn't Junebug. That's right.
That was me, but it wasn't me.
Wave my hand, Zodiac.
What's going on?
I just sitting over here thumbing through the TV channels, waiting for something interesting to happen.
highly unlikely.
Moondog, how you been, man? You good?
Who is that out there? I can't understand you.
I was having a hard time hearing you a minute ago, but I think it was done in a whole bunch of power lines and shit, though. I couldn't hear anyone hardly.
Yeah, I got some static over here. I can't tell who that is.
Yeah, hopefully that's a little better. Moondog at 102 saying hello.
Oh, I got you, 102. Hell, it didn't sound like you there. Hey, it's better right there.
Yeah, 10-4. Well, yeah.
A bit too much audio in there, probably.
I was working on another mic too. I just switched over.
Hell yeah, that there sounds good and clean. I can understand you just fine. You know, I'm old. I come over here and ain't like it used to be. You know what I mean?
Hey, I ain't heard you in a couple of days. I guess I kind of missed you in and out. I've been in and out. But how you doing? You good?
Oh yeah, I'm doing okay. Yeah, I don't get in there too much. About the only time I like getting there and fucking with Gary. But I don't like talking this skip and shit. That just don't interest me.
Yeah, I haven't really been trying to do that here lately either. I get out there and make a little noise once in a while, then I go on and do something else. But yeah, I'm glad to hear you in there though. I'm glad everything's all right.
Oh yeah, doing good. Yeah, I go in there sometimes. Down there around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Usually Channel 11. I like talking on Channel 11, and I talk a little bit on Channel 28.
Yeah, 10-4.
Yeah, I don't try to shoot skip on 19. I just ain't got a big enough radio.
Gary will shoot it with a 30-06.
Yeah, I like listening to them on sideband. But I don't try to talk it because everybody says, oh, you're off frequency. Well, hell, everybody's off frequency on sideband.
Yeah, I think that's why it's called sideband, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, that's the reason they put a clarifier on the radio so you can tune in to each person. You know, a lot of people don't realize that.
Then you get 20 different conversations going on at the same time. You can't nobody talk.
Hell yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth. You get everybody on sideband talking once on the same frequency, hell, you can't talk to them.
Oh yeah, I went from 38 lower one day, and man, there must have been 8, 10 different conversations going on. I was like, fuck this.
No, it's been that way the last couple of days on this channel too. Every time I turn it on, all I get is noise.
Yeah. Guys get out there, they crank their shit up too high thinking it's helping them, but it don't. It just makes them to me.
Yeah.
Want to get high?
Much is not always a good thing.
Want to get high?
It's better to run half throttle and leave it there. If you can't do it with half throttle, you might as well just throw the shit out the window.
Hey, Dr. Biobi.
Want to get high?
Want to get high? Want to get high? Whatever you do, man, don't look at his neck.
Man, don't look at his neck.
Yeah, we're looking at his neck, man.
Fucking Viking, man.
Iron hole.
Jesus Christ, when you look at the size of that thing, we'll never get that on the album cover. Might play jump rope with it. I'm out of here on that. That didn't sound right.
That was Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, but the way you said it, it didn't sound right. I'm out.
Ain't it back there on the bumper?
Well, so they say it on the album.
He's not the bitch you can't come in.
Yeah, come on, Blind Billy Chitlin. Hey, Mr. Chitlin. Hey, Blind Baby. Oh, yeah.
So He told you he was going to put hands on you, huh?
Shit. Gary barely put hands on his penis to take a piss.
And he'd knock himself out before he could anyone else.
He don't even have to do that because he squats the piss.
No, fucking tube steak asked me if I told someone I was gonna put hands on him. Some shit. He said someone told him I was going to.
Oh, really? Huh?
You say you were going to put hands on me yesterday?
Oh, well, you on the radio then?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
I told him I would if he wanted me to.
Yeah, if he shows up.
Good point. Probably gonna take him all night just to crawl out from under his mama's bed.
Well, I still don't think he could do it.
Moondog, man, it was good hearing from you, man. Glad everything's all right. I'm out of here. Y'all have a good one. Bye, bye, bye.
Later.
If the real black man shows up, I'll send him your way.
Yeah, do that.
Thank you, 102. You have a good one over. I hope everything's going your way, too.
Yeah, things are good, man. God bless you guys. We're good.
Yeah, hold my hand, Moondog. Hell, I'm trying to arch a minute ago. Hell, I'm trying to eat this pizza right quick.
Yeah, last figure you was over at Gary's. You just had one hand free. You was doing donuts.
Nah, hell, I got it jacked up in the air right now, trying to fix this chain on it.
Hell yeah. Well, he ain't home. He ain't on the radio, so he ain't home. So tonight'd be a good night to get over and do donuts in his front yard.
What you know about a true Italian pizza?
Give you $20.
I go to Italy to get a real true Italian pizza.
Do a wheelie and get up on his front porch and then do a burnout on his front porch.
Well, there's about four or five mini bikes went by a little bit ago. There was one of my brothers riding down the road on a fucking wheelie, doing a wheelie on that son of a bitch. I said, man, fuck, I can do that on the four-wheeler.
Hey, them kids get out there on them mini bikes, that's when they about 6 of them, they become a gang.
Yeah, they'll come down through Green Boulevard at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
Snake, if I had some mud tires, I'd go there and give his house some racing stripes.
Some of them son of bitches on them four-wheelers, they'll come by my house doing 70, 80 mile an hour, man, and there ain't no way in hell they could stop. Somebody pulled out in front of them, or walked out in front of them.
That's what happened with me the other night. I come back from Snakes and got up here by the house, and I get see on that go-kart I got, it's got a little bar there. Whenever you push the brake down, it sets the brake like a parking brake type deal. Well, I guess it got hung up underneath the bar there, and it fucking wouldn't fucking let me get the fucking brake, put the brake down, and then the fucking throttle got stuck wide open, and goddamn finally I got to that kill switch right here by the house, boy.
There's a lot of fucks, Jim, bud.
What's that?
I said that was a lot of fucks.
You know, I think about every second word. Maybe third word.
Fuck, 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 fuck. Hey, fuck.
Well, fuck that. Here we go.
Fuck it, I'm gone.
Fuck it, he's gone.
Gone fuck him.
They can't fuck with me, fuck it.
Dr. Bob, what you know about authentic Italian pizza?
What do I know about authentic Italian pizza?
Yeah.
Really don't know anything about it except they're good.
Oh, but you don't remember Gary and his pizza deal?
Oh, yeah.
He's the only motherfucker that's ever ate an authentic Italian pizza, I guess.
Yeah. There's a place up here on Memorial Road, been up there forever. And I guess the old man's still alive, but it's called Sicilian Pizza. And man, they got some of the best fucking pizza, you know, when they was open. And their calzones, or however you pronounce it, they were pretty good too.
Yeah, was it in a brick oven, cooked in a brick oven?
Hell no, they just cooked one of them big pizza ovens, you know, just like all the rest. Well, not like some of them, but great big old pizza ovens like they had back in the day.
Yeah, it's got to be a big old authentic brick oven.
Yeah, well, this guy here, I don't think there might be a brick in one of them ovens, you know what I mean? That may be it. They just throw a brick in there every now and then for flavor.
Damn, them do look pretty good.
Yeah, that guy, man, he used to be up here at Hefner, and I mean, back in the 80s, he was, and in the 90s, I guess, right there at Hefner and Western, but then he moved over there on Memorial Road. But he used to have a buffet, but I think they quit doing the buffet. That's a damn good fried chicken.
Fried chicken?
Yeah, they'd have fried chicken on the buffet and then pizza, you know. And then they had some of that, gyros or whatever. They had that meat up there. But I never did see anything to make a gyro out of, but that damn meat's pretty good. So lamb chop.
Yeah, I think the true authentic gyro meat is lamb and beef mixed, I believe.
Yeah, something like that. You know, there's a big edge. There's still one big edge left, and it's at 122nd Penn. Yeah, on the southwest corner there. And they still make some badass gyros in there, man. Badass fucking food.
There's an Italian buffet downtown, I want to say on Main, that has damn good pizza and damn good lasagna.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Hippie.
Yes, sir.
I gotta jump in. If you ain't never eat real Italian pizza and you go over to Italy and you eat some of the pizza, you get sick on it for a little while, most people do, and then they start to adjust to it, and then they start to like it.
Roger that. Well, you know, I don't have a passport, so I don't think I'll ever get any of that authentic, you know, Italian pizza.
Well, look up Gaeta, Italy, Gaeta. I used to live there, stationed there, and when I first went over there, you could get a little Italian pizza for 150 lira, and 650 lira was $1, to give you an idea. Anyway, we got a little sick on it first, but it's just getting used to it, and then we eat it all the time, but that's where I lived at.
Hell yeah, you know, when I started eating women, that's kind of the same result. I got sick there for the first couple of times, and then I started liking it.
Well, if you do that with Italian women, you probably still get sick. But I was stationed over there, and got married in Naples, and my son was born in Naples, but I ate a lot of pizza.
Roger that. How you doing there, John Boy?
Pretty good. According to the internet, in 997 AD is where the document from Gaeta referring to the pizza.
Roger.
Gary's going to be mad at you now. You've been in Naples.
Wave my hand there, John Boy. Moondog waving at you.
It's a small tourist town a few miles north of Naples, but I used to run all over Naples.
Yeah, Gary, he's gonna be mad. It's kind of like being the only black person at a party.
Oh, I hear you. I've met him before in person, but he didn't act like he acts on the radio. I met him and he conducted himself pretty cool. I met him over at Prestone's house one time, and then, but when he gets on the radio, it's like the Wizard of Oz.
Waving hand, young boy. Yeah, I've heard that from several people about him, but he don't act like that person.
Is he 6'1", John Boy?
I don't remember. He wasn't. He's thin. I mean, he wasn't. I don't remember him being 6'1", but I'm 5'9", but he could be, and I just wasn't paying attention. But I was kind of watching my conversation, because our luster, they call him Prestone, because his old lady tried to poison him with antifreeze, so he got a nickname of Prestone. But I was talking to him one day, and Gary was over there, and I'm a motorcycle person, so I was kind of watching my language because I didn't know him, and I was trying not to say anything, and sometimes I do that, freak out citizens.
Damn it.
Well, from what I know about you, John Boy, from the past, he ain't gonna fuck with you.
Well, I never thought that, but anyway. Yeah, well, I used to be pretty scrappy, but I'm also, November I'll be 75, so my scrappy's getting a little ragged.
Well, I turned 70 here in September. Man, I tell you what, hitting 70 is a hard lick.
Well, you know, I used to have fun. My favorite thing to do is go out and have a barroom brawl, but that stuff starts to hurt when you get older.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was in my 40s and 50s, I was a lot of fun. Hell, I could jump around them bars and even act up. Get my ass whooped and I'd still feel all right the next day. There ain't no way in hell I could take an ass whooping nowadays. It'd kill me.
I hear you. We all got our sweet spot, and you know, you got your memories when you get older, if you're lucky enough to get older. But you know, you gotta reevaluate your limitations.
Yeah. I was in there looking at some old videos you sent me here several years ago. Pretty cool. But hey, I ought to get back right here and talk at you later. Pet that big dog on the head for me.
Roger that. Yeah, my little boy, he was born in Naples, Italy, in the military naval hospital there. And when he come home, he had tri-citizenship rights until he was turned of age. He could become an Italian citizen, an American citizen, or a French citizen, because his mother was from Paris, and she was a French girl. But when he had come of age, he had to take up residency in whichever place he wanted to call home, and so he just stayed here, of course, in the United States, and was in the Army. Now he drives a train for BNSF, but he had tri-citizenship for a while.
Yeah, my oldest granddaughter, she was born in Guam.
You know, if you're in the military, your kid, if you're born in a military hospital, your kids automatically got U.S. rights. But over there, because his mama was French, you know, that gave him that too. But anyway, there's a lot of that goes on.
Yeah, her dad, he's Air Force, but yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Every now and then I remind her of it. But I got my son coming in. I'll be back. I'll catch you later, bud.
Gotcha. Hey, hippie, I also ate a lot of spaghetti. I swore when I got out of Italy I'd never eat spaghetti again. I left Italy in 1972, and I ain't never ate spaghetti again.
Damn it. You know, every now and then, of course, I know the spaghetti that gets made around this house ain't nothing like authentic, but every now and then, you know, I have to endure it. I'm not a big spaghetti fan, but, you know, I like a good lasagna, but you can't hardly find one of them anymore.
I like a little ravioli, but I like the ravioli in can better than homemade ravioli.
Oh, yeah, you can't beat them Chef Boyardee. Come on.
Yeah, not when I was in one of my club-fed establishments, them Italians offered me a little spaghetti one time, and I turned it down. I thought they were going to off me. I guess that's an insult, but I'm not a spaghetti eater.
Well, you know, you didn't do yourself any harm by turning it down. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was or wasn't.
I was around some pretty notorious Italians at one point in time.
Roger. Yeah, I think it's always good to go with your gut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That Italian buffet downtown I was talking about has good ravioli.
Come and take me, Dennis.
I don't like you.
Well, take me anyway. I'll buy.
We'll make it down there one of these days.
Yeah, see there, you're starting to like me already.
It's the words I buy.
You know he'll back out at the last minute of buying, John Boy.
Yeah. He'll tell you, you seen him over there and had him bring it to the house.
Don't worry about it. Old timer will show up and take care of the bill for you.
Yeah, he'll fix the tab up.
Hell yeah. Pull some of them Benjis out. That's what a real black man does. Takes a tab for everybody.
Yeah, maybe he'll pay Dr. Bob back someday.
Yeah, I'd like for him to come up over with that $14,000 he owes me.
Well, I wouldn't hold your breath and wait for it.
Oh, I'm not. You know, I knew when I made them bets with him, that motherfucker would be a fucking welcher.
He's bad pay.
Damn, with the welcher.
He's gonna leave if he is boat anchoring as well.
Yeah, burn up.
Probably a Craco with a noisemaker.
I don't know if I want the stolen radio or not.
No, he ain't got nothing over there I want.
You don't want that Henry suitcase?
Fuck no. What am I gonna do with that piece of shit?
He wants patches.
You probably fry some chicken inside of it.
Got some KC Masterpiece barbecue.
That's what he puts on his sardines. You know that motherfucker eats some sardines and crackers.
Mackerel?
Yeah.
He can have my share of that shit too.
Carp?
Old suckerfish.
Gary, you got any carp in your deep freeze?
Oh, he might put hands on you. You don't want to do that. That shit don't wash off very easy.
Well, I seen some shit earlier today. Might be a good deal for some CBs.
Hey, we'll become of that deal last night. Get him over that crime scene tape or whatever.
Motherfucker got shot.
Oh, no shit. Kill him or what?
I don't know. They took him to the hospital. I haven't looked at any updates or anything yet.
Damn it.
Where was that at?
Sunset Bar on 44th and I-35.
Well, it used to be a sunset or sundowner on Southwestern, on the south side of the Canadian River, on the east side of the road, right before you go over the bridge. But that's all just field over there now.
Well,
You remember that bar there on Penn? You know, it's gone now. Last time I was over there, I seen it tore down, but damn Mexican bar right there, just as you crossed over the river going south. It was over on the east side. Man, that was cocaine world right there. A lot of cocaine right there.
Riding that train high on cocaine.
Oh yeah, all you had to do is pull in there and just fucking sit for a minute. They come out there and hook your ass up.
That shit smell any good?
It was damn good.
Hippie, you ever been to Atlanta?
I have, but I hadn't been, I stayed out of the bars.
I used to live in Atlanta, and you go in the bathroom or something, you know, there'd be the guys in there, you got a line? Can I bum, like bumming a cigarette, you know, can I bum a line? There's people in there pouring out lines.
No shit, yeah. Hell, all that shit went down over at the Red Dog, too, but it wasn't cocaine. Well, there was cocaine there, too.
Shit, that shit's still going on.
Yeah, I ain't been in there in years.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we was in there. My little cousin had his bachelor party there several years back. Hell, we was in there about 5 or 10 minutes and got a big old bag.
Yeah, it's been probably the late 80s, 88 or 89 since the last time I've been at the Red Dog.
I think Ray Mackey's son runs it now.
Yeah, I know him back in the late 70s. I hang out with him over at Kino Club, and everybody that I know
goes over there, they say it's not anything like it was.
Oh, Kino. That place is pretty decent. If you can stand the smoke.
Yeah, my brother used to give me a hard time going over to Y'all Come Back Saloon because it was all male dancers. But hell, I tell you what, them women be hot to handle when you get them out of there.
I told you about that, didn't I, Moon Doggy? One of them dancers come over, started dancing on the Keno side, took his clothes off, so I asked him nicely if he wanted to keep his junk. He needed to put his clothes back on and go back next door. We want to see that. It didn't work out good for him because he just kept on being stupid.
Oh yeah, but yeah, you told me about that. You know, one time I was over in the Keno, and them girls that worked at the Y'all Come Back Saloon, the bartenders over there, I think a couple of Indian girls, they started coming over at the Keno Club and they was bartending and they was running around in their panties.
They got pretty wild over there.
Yeah, some good times right there. Yeah, I used to always, there's another club over, I think, right there on 36th, the Colony, I think that was. I'd go to Trade Wiz too, and all of them, the 3300. But that Colony Club, I like going over there. A lot of, you could dance over there. Oh yeah, that little Indian gal. I didn't know she looked so good till I seen her running around there in her panty and her bras, and I got interested in her. No, her boyfriend. He was my buddy, you know. I didn't cross the line. Besides that, he'd probably beat my brakes off. Hell yeah. Yeah.
Hell, it'd probably been alright with you if you'd have paid enough money for it.
Hell, I got my ass whooped twice in one night. One of them, I come out, I got it whooped over at the Y'all Come Back Saloon, and I went over to the Keno Club. I got my ass whooped over there by a biker.
I probably knew him.
Twice in one night.
Damn, them's is bad odds. I guess the third time around you knew what time it was, huh?
Hey, Moondog.
Yeah.
I got a girl killed because of the Keno. My partner was over there named Thumper. He got into it with a guy, and the guy broke a bottle, come after him, so he shot him 3 times with a... And sometime later, he was out of town, and I was babysitting his girlfriend, and I took her up to 59th and Western to Little Abner's, and that guy had a friend that was in that bar. He was always a dancer. When he saw me, he was going to shoot me when I come out. She went out first, and he killed her.
Damn it. Yeah, I never did get involved in no gunplay. Gun places. I heard some stories about the Keno though, and that gunplay. But yeah, I'll tell you what. And I got my ass whooped over at the Keno. Hell, I went in there a shooting pool with some dude. He's a biker dude. He hadn't been in there very long. He's a young guy. And for some dumb reason, I told him to step outside, and I never made it outside. I got my ass whooped between them two doors.
I believe once you make it out of that first door, you're outside, so bouncers can't actually do anything.
But yeah, there was two doors there, I believe. I can't remember for sure, but it was about a 4-foot square area. I remember walking through the first door, and he tapped me and turned me around, and I remember flying out the second door.
That door had a bullet indentation in it, probably from a 45, but it had a big old dent in it where it'd been shot.
You know, me and that old boy, he ended up dating a bartender, and I was messing with a bartender. That's probably got my ass whooped. But, you know, me and him ended up drinking together. We ended up being buddies. He was all right.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah. The first fight I got into was 3 Iranians. Motherfuckers, they fucked me up pretty good. And I ended up going to the hospital later on that night over that. Shit, they stabbed me in the back, tried to cut my throat.
Yeah, I was going to ask if they slapped the fuck out of you.
No, a couple of nights before that, though, I whipped 2 of them out there in front of that place. But that night they whooped me. Them some bitch had moonchucks, had a knife. I just remember hanging on to that knife. That's all I remember.
Everybody's always big and bad when they got a weapon.
Man, they nunchucked you?
Yeah, they put knots on my head quicker than I could rub them. I got whooped that second time when I was over there, that biker whooped me. Hell, I left, I went home and got my pump shotgun. I told my wife to take me back up there. Well, she was smart enough to take me to my brother's house, so they took me to the hospital.
Well, I knew big time I was going to shoot his brother over there at Beaver Pond.
That's funny how them things worked out. You know what? There's been guys I've been into it with in bars, and then I run into them at the flea market. And they're the best guys I've ever been around. End up being best friends.
Well, Big Time and his brother went in years ago, went into the Beaver Pond on Robinson, and one of their old ladies was wanting to play jukebox music, and the dancers were wanting to play the music to dance to, and they got in a fight. My old lady was there. I wasn't there, but anyway, she got hit in the face with a pool stick, I think by Big Time's brother. I got a call, went down there and got her and was taking her up to the hospital, and turns out Big Time and his brother was up there, but I didn't know what they looked like. It was all at Southwest Medical Center, and a guy used to get on the CB. He died a while back. He got on here for a little bit. He used to radio a lot. He was with me. He knew who they were, but he didn't tell me.
I got into it over at that trade wheel one time. We got a fight. I didn't get whooped. But just that I got back outside after fighting inside, and all them guys come running out there, popping their trucks and shit, so I got my truck. I drove my truck right through the back of that bar.
Well, a bar like that in Tulsa, some guys got throwed out, and they got mad and got in their car, and used to be a storefront, and they have curtains over it. Anyway, they go right through the front of the bar into the middle of it. I call it the drive-in bar.
Yeah, the funny thing is I jumped out of that truck, I was going to run off. I run over there to the west, there's a fence about 7 or 8 foot tall, and I tried to jump that fence. I couldn't get over it, so I just sat down and said, fuck it, I'm going to jail. I looked down at the end, hell, I walked about 6 foot, and I could go around it, took off again. That's a true story. I called my brother, he come and got me, I said, man, I got to report my truck stolen.
Amazing the stuff you get out of.
Yeah, you know, I make it sound like it was fun back in the end, but it really wasn't. If I'd been saving that money and spending it right, hell, I'd probably be a millionaire right now.
Hey, we only live life once.
Yeah, I was a bricklayer, so I went over there, ended up going over there and laying blocks and fixing the front of that side of that building, and bought that guy a new air conditioner. I know that new air conditioner never did work, but I ended up replacing his air conditioner, so he didn't file charges on me.
Who was it? Snake's brother? Seems like that was the deal. He got killed at one of my guys' bar over there in Bethany area, I think it was.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's kind of a messed up deal, you know it?
Yeah, that guy owns a Zodiac now, but he had that bar over there, and that went down.
Yeah. I heard about that deal. That's a messed up deal, but shit happens. You in a bar, though, you know, you're going to walk right into shit.
One of my guys, he's retired now from the club, but he had that when that went down. It took me a day or two before I found out I heard Snake talking about it. That was his brother.
Yeah, that was a sad deal right there. That shouldn't have happened. Just a freak accident. Well, it wasn't an accident, but just a freaky thing that happened. Tell you what, the worst place I ever seen, I don't know if you ever been over or not, but it was over at that 3300, and right across the street was, I can't remember the name of that bar. Trade Winds, maybe? But anyway, man, I've seen some bad shit go down in there. People get cut up, all kinds of shit.
Back in the bar days when the girls were all dancers, you know, Tricky's one. This little guy was trying to start his bike, and he got it started, and it was cool out at night, you know, and some drunk went over there and turned the key off, and it's a kickstart bike, so that guy cut his throat. Killed him.
Yeah, my niece lived over off of Portland over there on, I think it was Liberty Street or something like that. I left at 3300 one time, got to watching my back. The guys walking behind me. I started walking faster, then they started walking faster, so I started running. Them somebody started running. Hell, I was lucky I made it to her house. I outrun them. After that, I started saying I had the rabbit in my blood.
Hell yeah, you know what they say, little dog, a good run's better than a bad stand any day.
Hell yeah. I knew there wasn't no way I was going to win that fight if that's what they wanted was me. But I'll run them.
Well, I used to have a little bit of rabbit in my blood back in the days. My rabbit was from the police, so I'd run from the police.
Yeah, my dad told me one time, he said, you don't have to be mean to get out there and fight in them bars. You just have to be willing to fight. He said, don't matter if you get your ass whooped. He said, but, you know, it's a lot easier to take an ass whooping than it is for somebody to beat you to death.
Yeah, ass whooping only hurts for so long with that pride thing.
Hey, Doug, you know where the old anchor is? It used to be called the Picture House, but it's back to the old anchor if it's still open, but it was about 23rd, Northwest 23rd, about 21st or 22nd Portland, just south of 23rd Street, there's a little old bar there.
I know what you're talking about, because I used to work over there off of 23rd, off of Reno, in between 23rd and on Meridian.
Cops used to let cops out, and they had a wooden stockade fence behind that bar in the back, and the cops would sneak up to the bar and be on the other side of that fence, you know, out of the cars and up to the fence. Then they'd have cops drive up to the front and take their time coming into the bar, and all the bikers would go out back and hide stuff. Cops were waiting on the other side of that fence, and they'd go, this one came over here, and he hid something, you know, and they'd come around and try to get us playing games.
Yeah, I remember there was one of them bars up there on 23rd around Meridian, and they had a lot of runaways in there, you know, young girls. And I think that guy was pimping them out. I noticed it, but I didn't say nothing.
Cops run the tags on the bikes, and one of them bikes belonged to the guy that used to run the Trickies one there on 10th and Pennsylvania. Anyway, it checked to a 40-foot, it was a paper tag, and they run it and checked to a 40-foot motorhome.
Damn it, that's funny. Now, I believe everybody had been in those Tricky Dickies over there, you know it?
That's where that guy got killed, turned that bike off, Tricky's 1. Tricky's 2 was up on 36th or 39th in Meridian up there somewhere, but Tricky's 1 was right there anyway. It took him a long time to kick and get it started, and some drunk just went over there and thought it'd be funny to turn it up.
Damn it. Yeah, Tricky Dickies I'm talking about was on Linwood there, coming up through there, or Classen, I think, maybe. Linwood, I believe it was. Last time I went in there, that girl was dancing with about an 8-foot python. I never went back.
Well, there used to be a girl danced over there way back in the day. Back in the 70s, there was a girl danced in there with a snake. But that's where Linwood curves around, and then the bar's right there on Linwood, right there. It'd be about like a block south of 10th Street where Pennsylvania runs into it. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, she had that was a big-ass fucking snake. She was dancing with it. them guys up on the stage when that snake started moving around. They thought it was fake, I guess. The snake started crawling around. Them guys backed up.
You know where Masterbuilt Motors is? That's on Linwood where they used to, I don't know if it's still open, you could go in there and buy a rebuilt motor.
Man, I probably do, because I lived over there. Because I worked over there for that Speed's Vinegar. I think it's Boeing over there, or Becking or something like that, Bearing or something, and my brother-in-law worked there.
Yeah, and there was a body shop bar, they call it a body shop, a few blocks back to the east on Linwood, on the north side of the road.
Yeah, I went to Central High School, so I had to ride the bus from Mulligan Flats through there, going to Central downtown.
Used to be a guy in Mulligan Flats, had a boxing ring he put up and teach kids how to box.
The old Hestel Franks had that boxing ring.
I didn't know him, but I've heard the stories about it. I know some people that come out of Mulligan Flats down there. Hell, back in those days, all them kids, everybody knew everybody. Everybody had family in prison one place or another, and they all knew who each other was.
Yeah, he's over there. He has a dirt road, but he's right there backed up to the railroad tracks. They had a boxing ring, they had chicken fights, fucking shooting dice, they had all kinds of shit going on.
It used to be a pretty scrappy neighborhood.
Hell, I was about 12 or 13 years old. I was over there shooting craps. Won about $40 and they made me leave.
Can't go taking all their money.
Hell, old Hestel would get out there. We rode our horses around over there. He'd be out there target practicing, shooting towards our railroad tracks. There's about a 40-foot bank there behind the house there. He'd target practice with a .22, him and his grandson.
That was one of the original hoods back before the gangbanger days. That was pretty scrappy hood.
Yeah. That Mulligan Flats, it was rough when I was a kid. It was really rough, but as long as you lived down there, you was all right. Some old boys called themselves the Flat Rats. Had them little old gang there. I never did get involved in it, but there's always somebody trying to get you involved in it, but they called them the Flat Rats.
Oh, the toughest, he's rated as the toughest convict in Oklahoma history. He's still alive. He was on death row and they took him off. He came out of Mulligan Flats. Little guy, I used to see him when we had that clubhouse on Pennsylvania. He'd be riding around on a unicycle. Little one-wheel bicycle. Well, Michael Patrick Smith, they call him Bulldog. He come out of Mulligan Flats.
Yeah, there's a guy next door to us called, his name was James McDaniels. And he whooped them cops. One day they went in there over to get him. They was all outside and they sent a big old Indian in there after him. An Indian, he drug him out.
Yeah, well, Michael, he's on death row now, but let me tell you, you know about Michael. Remember when they first built it's the old county jail now, but when they first built that county jail, the first person to ever escape out of it kicked out some windows on the upper floor, and he dropped down, he hurt his leg, and they arrested him over on Western, just a little ways north over that Perina plant over there in Western, just north of 10th Street a little ways. He got busted. They finally caught him. But anyway, he escaped from El Reno, too. But that was a little bulldog.
I remember about that. He come out of there tying bed sheets together. That was his rope.
Well, I knew him pretty good. We used to work out together, but he got into it with an inmate, and so he killed him. He got into another inmate arguing over a bunk, and he killed him, and then he killed a school teacher originally and left him up by Tulsa in the trunk of a car, and then a guard was messing with him in McAllister. He had a stick with a tin can lid on it, and he stabbed the guard in the heart. The guard lived, but they traded him to Washington State for a while because McAllister didn't want them to do with him, but he's back to McAllister now.
Yeah, them guards, I mean, I'm not saying nothing bad about a guard, but they used to mistreat them guys, and man, they paid for it the hard way.
Yeah, Michael was on the History Channel. The title of it was Oklahoma's Most Dangerous Convict, and he's still up there. I think the last one he killed, they were arguing over who was going to get the top bunk, so Mike just killed him.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'll have to check that out there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Google it. You'll see it. Michael Patrick Smith, Bulldog. I used to work for his aunt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to Google that. I've been drinking too much to do it tonight, but I'll have to do it. I'll get back quiet here, John Boy. I've been hogging the channel. Hey, you have good nowhere.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get beat up when I go back in the living room. My lady wondering where I went.
Roger that. Hey, I enjoyed talking to you, bud. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Like the good old days.
That's the funny thing about the good old days. You never know it's the good old days when it's happening.
Never know what's going to happen from 1 minute to the next.
Sounded like there was someone way out there.
Yeah, I heard somebody way out there with the Roger beep at the end, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
It's Bobo out east out there, Choctaw area. Waving a hand over at Bobo.
Waving right past us, Bob. I think it's talking like 50 or 45 degrees or something tomorrow night or something, ain't it?
I don't know, I didn't watch the weather, you know, I give up on it. I wait till the next morning and I kind of get an idea of what's going on.
I think it's supposed to be nice up to about Friday, Dr. Bill, and they said chance of rain Friday.
Yeah, Bobo was saying it's supposed to be down in the 40s somewhere here in Oklahoma.
Hell, it ain't gonna be here in the city. I keep seeing it high 80s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the 80s, mid and high 80s all week. Yeah, that's kind of what I heard of. There's the high 80s, but one night's supposed to get pretty cold, I don't know. We're fixing to slide into some winter time here pretty soon.
I know that's right. I got my skis all waxed up. Come on.
Hell, it's gonna skip right over fall and go straight to winter.
Probably 40. There's Diamond, Black Mesa areas where
Yeah, we ain't had no real bad winter in a while, so we're due for one.
Yeah, I think there's a little cold front coming in up there, Panhandle, but it's going to kind of miss us.
Oh yeah, it always stays cold up there. One night's supposed to get pretty cold, but it may not be down here around Oklahoma City.
Man, I hope that maybe we can redirect this way. I'm sick and tired of this second summer bull.
Well, you know, really it hadn't been too bad of a summer, so I guess we can't complain too bad.
I can.
Roger that. Well, you know, it's not been that bad of a summer.
Yeah, it ain't been that bad, but I'm still just ready for it to get colder. Ready for it to hang around 60, maybe even 70 if we're lucky.
Climate change.
Hell yeah, climate change. We're going to be growing bananas here in a couple of years.
We'll grow oranges in a
Damn, it's already October.
Mother Nature does whatever the hell she wants. Man can't change anything when it comes to the climate.
Yeah, they're calm down. We were being sarcastic.
We're not going to be growing bananas. We're going to switch to avocado.
Well, I'd get more good out of the avocados.
You never know. We might actually start growing dragon fruit.
hell, dragon fruit can stay gone.
I know we're growing plenty of pot around here.
That is the truth right there.
Yeah, about half these fucking buildings here in Oklahoma's got pot growing in them.
Hell, I remember whenever that bill passed, every vape shop turned into a weed store overnight.
Oh yeah, we got more weed shops than we've got anything else. I mean, there's probably, I guarantee there's, well I know they are, there's more weed shops than there are McDonald's around here.
Hell yeah, they are. I'm okay with that, honestly. Everyone's drug dealer just went legit.
I guarantee you not everyone's legit.
I don't know, I know one over here on the north side that, man, they don't even ask you for your fucking card.
Hell, about every other block you see one.
Yeah, and a lot of times they don't even, write up a ticket, you know they're putting that money right in their fucking pocket.
Oh yeah, straight to the pocket, just a legal looking store. And hell, if they crack down on it, they'll just close it down and open up another one across the street.
Yeah, probably under construction as we speak.
Most of them are freaking owned by Chinamen.
I actually know a guy that tried to run a little pot store. Apparently it fell through. Too crowded of a market or something.
I think the state ought to do it a different way. We catch one of them operating illegally, we ought to enforce them out.
It sounds like a lot of paperwork. And the city don't do paperwork.
Nobody wants to do damn paperwork nowadays.
Hell, I don't want to do paperwork. Not unless it's, paper getting in my hand to go in my wallet.
Hey, where are you at? I'm kind of curious as to how far this radio's reaching out.
$2 billion bill test.
Pretty much just south of 44, where it crosses over between Broadway Extension and Hefner Parkway.
Okay, I'm going by 121B right now on 44.
Hey, you're sending a good signal, man.
About how far away is that from you?
Hell, let me get a map up. I don't remember the exit numbers.
I believe that was either Northwest or Southwest 10, one of the two.
Probably, 5, 6, 7 miles, somewhere around there.
Not too bad.
Yeah, man, you're sounding good, man. You heading eastbound, I guess?
No, I'm headed down towards Texas.
Down to the Lone Star State. Hell yeah.
Spent 3 hours getting loaded with a damn load in the end dump here. Shit, all it is like recycled aluminum that's going to the refinery down here. Shit, it took them about 3 hours to freaking fill the damn trailer.
Damn, what, were they union workers on that load, Doc? Paid by the hour?
Nah, I think they were smoking weed every 20 minutes.
They had a weed break.
I was kind of wondering what all the damn Twinkies or, wrappers around the place were.
And everybody knows you don't eat Twinkies when you're high. You gotta eat the Doritos. Come on. Yeah, Doritos, or go to an IHOP or a Waffle House, something like that.
Waffle House reserved for when you're drunk, I thought.
Drunk and high, about two sides of the same coin.
Hey, it could be worse. They could go to Sonic.
You don't want to do that, end up spending your whole fucking buzz sitting on the toilet, right?
That ain't no shit. Hell, you can't even afford the damn burgers over at that place hardly anymore.
No, you're right. You don't even rent them for that long. A couple hours later, they're coming out the back door. Come on.
Yeah, quicker than Taco Bell.
I don't even think it takes a couple hours to come on.
I remember back whenever first moved to Oklahoma back in 2003, that damn burrito chili pie burrito was like 99 cents. Shit, that damn thing's damn near $4 now.
think I lost the guy that was heading southbound. Well, if you still hear me, man, safe travels out there.
I'm right here by the airport now.
Well, then y'all had one damn gorilla there said you got a clean shot up and running Bob Jesus all the way across there, didn't see nothing.
I figured the real black man show up tonight, I guess not.
It's about that time. lead over.
Just one channel below you.
Oh shit, Demon?
What's going on, man?
I was actually getting ready to go to bed.
Yeah, I just got through watching TV and thought I'd see who's out there.
Just me and there were a few others out there for a bit. Hey, you gonna be home tomorrow?
I should be.
I get paid tomorrow, so I was gonna bring that 148 and that $40 for you over tomorrow after work.
Okay. Roger. Yeah. Just give me a call and remind me. I'll probably forget you're supposed to be coming over.
Will do. It'll have to be a quick stop. Girlfriend's got, she's taking me to a speakeasy after work, and I get off at 6 now because one of our guys just quit.
Damn it.
Yeah, dude was only there for like a month and a half.
I guess he wasn't happy.
He says he was not. Not with us, it was mostly the company.
Yeah, I can see that.
Hell, if our place was called a boat, it'd be mismanagement. That joke sucked.
Yeah, I don't like most dealers and I don't even work for them.
It's not any better when you work for them.
No doubt.
Was there anything good on the old tube?
Just watched some wrestling. I've been into professional wrestling ever since I was a kid, so I still watch it.
Is it, was it Raw or WWE?
It's NXT tonight.
Unfortunately, I never really followed that, but I had a buddy of mine that was real big into it.
Yeah, I actually like NXT better than I like Raw or SmackDown.
Is it like a side thing, or, you know, not one of the big two, I guess?
That's where WWE's people go when they first start out. Shawn Michaels is running it.
Oh, it's like a feeder series, kind of? Like a lower tier?
It's a real show. There's wrestling and there's, it's a regular show. It just showcases people who haven't made it to the main roster yet.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's not any less of a show. It's like, it's like a Bush League. NASCAR would be like the Xfinity Series where the younger talent is coming up through the ranks.
Yep, that's exactly, yep, that's right. It's interesting to see people come up, not knowing shit, and then making it all the way through NXT, and then go, hitting the main roster.
Oh yeah, that's where they make their personalities, and people can pick the people they like.
Yeah, it's all scripted. I know that, but those guys really do take bumps. I've known a couple of professional wrestlers. They do get hurt. Although it's predetermined, but they are real athletes.
Oh yeah, just because it's a predetermined ass whooping don't make it any less of one.
Yeah, only a few out of the many that try out for that actually make it. You gotta have the right physique, the right charisma, and you have to know how to play off the fans in the crowd. And that's not something everybody's born with.
Oh no, you gotta have a special gift to do that kind of thing. You gotta be a real show person. Is there a lot of people that always want to be the heel?
I think it's actually harder. Well, it's actually easier to be the heel, but it's harder too because you got to take all the heat. You know, back in the day, there were guys like Roddy Piper. He got stabbed like 4 times. And a lot of them got, you know, the car windows bashed in, shit like that. So in some instances, yeah, it's easier because you don't have to have, you know, that much of a personality to be a heel. But you have to take the heat from the crowd.
Hell, that heat from the crowd is usually a whole lot worse.
Oh yeah, there's people that hate it so bad that people scream and yell so loud you can't even hear them talk on the PA system.
I believe it. It feels like there's people that try to be the heel, like as an easy way out, like NASCAR and stuff, but all you hear is a bunch of boos. And at some point, I'm just like, they gotta be tired of hearing the boos.
That's all part of the script. It's dealing with, you know, today's mentality. You know, there's people who dox and stuff like that, and they're not, I don't know, living in this real world, and they think that wrestling's real, and those are real bad guys. You know, a lot of them heels have been, you know, people tried to dox them and all kinds of crap.
Oh yeah, I believe it, especially in this day and age where it feels like that's the go-to, is for people just to dox everything. You couldn't play Xbox Live without someone threatening to dox you.
Yeah. It's all in the mental health, dude. It's, there's a whole generation of people that's living in a freaking bubble. And it's not reality, I can tell you that.
Oh, it's because everybody's glued to those damn phones. God, I just realized this is why my friends call me fucking old.
Damn it.
Yeah, I try to stay off of mine aside from like watching YouTube or listening to music, because I've always seen a bunch of people that are always just glued to like social media and everything, and it just makes you sad.
Yeah, I've got a Facebook page, just not underneath my real name. I just use it to keep up with friends and stuff. We really used it when I was really heavily in the animal rescue there for a while. As soon as they found out I voted for Trump, though, they all dumped me, though. But anyway, I just use it to keep up with some friends. I do have a YouTube page, mostly just to keep up with music.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's, mine anymore is just used for looking at Marketplace on Facebook and keeping up with people as well. The Messenger works well.
Yeah, it was weird though. I had over, I think it was close to like 700 friends on Facebook. The day after the election, I had 13.
Ooh. God damn, yeah, everyone. I hate that, because sometimes people just let that kind of stuff get in the way of everything.
Yeah, I don't see any politics in animal rescue myself, but that's just me, I guess. I don't know, I guess I'm the retarded one, I don't know.
It's just the way a bunch of people are, you know. I don't get it myself, honestly. It's just like, fuck it. It don't matter who anyone votes for.
Yeah, that's what a smart person would say, but I don't know. Anymore, man, politics politics is everything. There's families split up over politics, relationships, divorces over it. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, hell, I saw politics is what drove a wedge between my mom and my grandma, and hell, she died, and my mom and my grandpa still won't talk. So I talk to both of them. So I don't really care for politics. I watched it destroy it.
Yeah, I'm not a real political person, but you can't put your head in the sand, or you'll end up losing, you know, some right that you hold dear. You got to keep at least, abreast of what's going on and what they're trying to either take away or tax you for.
Yeah, I get that. I try and follow around. I choose not to talk about it.
Yeah, older guy that kind of helped me out in radio when I was younger, he told me the worst, if you want to get in a fight on a CB radio or a ham radio, talk about politics, race, or religion. Either of those three topics will get you in a fight really quick.
Absolutely, no, that'll get you in a fight anywhere. Hell, Gary's proof of talking about race gets you in a fight all the damn time.
Oh yeah, but he lives for that shit. His mental health, his mental status, he craves that shit.
Some people do. As my mom would say, some people's children.
Yeah. Really, every time you fight with him, you just feed his monster or whatever you want to call it. He lives for that crap.
Yeah, it's an old internet saying of don't feed the troll. He's a troll.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Sometimes it's fun to engage, but sometimes it's not.
I'd rather just have a conversation than argue with people.
I agree with that. Hell, just talking works wonders. I mean, when you think about it, it's kind of, well, to me, I find it really cool how you can talk from right here in Oklahoma and then talk all the way to California or to the East Coast or as you've done anywhere in the damn world and just be talking and there's no wires or anything. It's not internet, it's just sound waves, radio waves.
Oh yeah. Yep. That's what kind of kept me in it. I like talking to Skip. I've talked all over the world. I used to keep logbooks. I don't really do that anymore. Somewhere I got a whole box of cards that I've gotten back, QSL cards. They used to send those out in the day. You made contact with somebody and gave them your address, and they'd send you a QSL card.
Well, that's cool. I heard about, I think I heard ham stuff as well, like if you talk to certain areas in the Europe and stuff, if you collect enough of it, that you can get like some cards and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, not so much anymore. It used to be a big thing. I mean, some of those people really got, they make up their own cards. Some of them did the art on them and all that crap. It was a thing of pride, but it kind of fell by the wayside.
Yeah, most things do, but I still think it's cool. I mean, I think it's cool just, even though it's only like for a second of exchanging like a number and a location and then moving on. Hell, on one of my lunch breaks, when I was in my GMC, I was talking to, like one of the first times I was shooting skip, I talked to a guy in North Carolina for like most of my lunch break, just about random radio, Jack Gilly squat.
Oh yeah, I've had prolonged conversations with people on skip. At one time, me and a couple of friends were the upper channels, and every time we thought we lost this guy, he was right there. Oh no, I'm still here. It went over for over an hour.
Well, That's pretty good, you know. When I'm learning that skip kind of just rolls in and rolls out and does whatever the hell it feels like. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah. Yeah, the only time I write anything down anymore is people out in skip. I hear more. I'm hearing, you know, often. You know, I hear, you know, more than 2 or 3 days in a row talking and whatever. Hear me in and out through the week, you know, as the skip rolls in, rolls out. You know, I'll write down their numbers so I'll recognize it. But other than that, yeah, I don't keep logbooks anymore.
Yeah, I was debating on getting like a logbook or something like that, but at the same time, I kind of just remembered. I've talked so little. I also find it gets kind of hard to pull numbers and names and handles or whatever and places out of the static or out of the dog pile that it usually is with everybody talking over one another.
Yeah, if it's really dog piled up like that, I'll pull out a piece of paper and start writing down numbers and the areas that they're at, so there's too many to keep track of.
Yeah, especially like up there on like 28, or hell even here on 19 when it rolls in.
Dry sideband, man. 38, there could be 50, 60 people out there talking at one time.
Well, I'll probably be trying that sideband whenever after I bring that 148 over there to you. I was doing a little testing actually to see what I needed to have it at. I think about a watt is perfect.
Yeah, it's not going to have the swing as that 29 has. So you're probably going to do less with that little amplifier you got.
Yeah, they'll probably still do just fine.
Yeah, I was trying to say you're not going to get 200 watts out of it with that 148.
Yeah, I've kind of accepted that. I'd be happy if it was just over like 100. I think it'll probably be ballpark anywhere from like 100 to like maybe 150 tops, like peak.
I think you need to lower your expectations a little bit.
80?
Yeah, that's about between 70 and 80. On a sideband, you'll get a little bit more.
But do I need to adjust anything for using it on sideband too, or just I need to make sure the sideband switch is flipped?
Run that by me again?
I wouldn't need to change anything else on it, on the radio. I just need to make sure the sideband switch is flipped on my amp.
Yes. Yeah, I'll check your sideband output. It should be doing probably about 15 watts or so on sideband, which should be okay for that amplifier.
Because I know, like, you know, dead key's got to do a thing, but sideband's weird where it goes from 0 to peak, and there's no in between, right?
When you key up your meter, well, it might pick up some noise from your key up, but it should just fall down flat and not start moving until you start talking. There should be no dead key whatsoever.
And that's what the sideband delay is for, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. The capacitor holds some voltage. It throws that voltage in there and lets you key up.
Okay, so that's why you gotta have the sideband delay, so that it doesn't just swing directly into the amp and just blow it up.
Kinda, yeah. You're close enough.
I would've got points and horseshoes for it.
Maybe a few hand grenades.
Hell, I remember one of my old roommates used to have hand grenades laying around. He was a Marine, and he'd just have me throw it at us if any of us were pissing him off.
Yeah, we had a bunch of those drilled out. They're real hand grenades, but they, drilled out the bottoms of them. Those sold pretty good for a while.
Oh yeah. Hell, Sean had one turned into a gear shift knob for his old Camino.
Oh, hell. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he had a whole Mad Max theme going. He was from SoCal, and he drove that thing all the way there. Hell, that El Camino spent more time blown up and broken in the garage, it feels like. Unfortunately, I tried to teach him how to drive stick. We drove all the way down to Texas in one of my Nissan pickups and picked him up a transmission after his Turbo 350 blew up. And he's like, I don't know how the hell to drive stick. I'm like, I can teach you. And I tried teaching that fool, and dude, he went through like 3 clutches.
Damn it. Yeah. I learned pretty early. I learned on old 3 on the tree. I finally got it. I didn't burn out a clutch. But I ground him for a little while.
It just made the synchros work a little harder. My first car was an automatic, but the first truck I bought, which I still own, it's a 95 Nissan pickup with a V6, and I have still yet to put a clutch in it. The only vehicle I put a clutch in is my Geo Metro that I bought for $100, and it just so happened that the clutch burned up right after I just got done rebuilding the whole front half and the engine.
Ouch.
It's okay. I think I've still grand total like $600 in that car.
Yeah. He said the guy was a Mad Max type guy, just through memory, and there was a guy, a group of people, when I was in California, out in the desert, they were kind of Mad Max, they called themselves the Desert Marauders, and they dressed like, you know, kind of like Mad Maxy, and all their vehicles were, you know, wild. I knew a guy that was in that group. I go out there and watch them every once in a while. They practiced out there in the dunes by Glamis, California. There are actual real sand dunes out there.
Oh yeah? Hell, they still do they'll do it's like a festival, because Sean went to it a couple times, and he did that whole stick as well, with the leather jackets and the goggles and everything. And he'd take his El Camino out there and all that when he was still out there in SoCal.
Yeah, my friend's shifter was made out of chain. It was welded together, made it stiff, and then he had skull on top of that for the shifter knob.
Hell yeah. They built some real cool shit, you know. It's kind of like rat rodding, but to the max.
Every one of those people were nuts. Absolutely nuts. But they did put on a pretty good show, though.
Like a mobile circus.
Yeah, kinda. They'd set you on fire and run through it and all kinds of crap. They drink a lot and partied a lot. You know, they're just nuts.
Yeah, it's still pretty cool, though. Yeah. I can tell I'm starting to get tired, so my brain stopped working.
Yeah, have you heard of a metal group called Unleash the Archers?
They new or old?
Yeah, they're fairly new, I guess. 2000s. Yeah, they did video with part of the crew. Some of the people that were in all the cars and stuff, they did like a Mad Max type video, and some of those people were from that crew that I knew. They just joined a new club.
Was it Free the Archers or Unleash the Archers?
It's Unleash the Archers, I think.
Oh, cool. I have not heard of them yet. If they're any good, I'll give them a listen.
They got a real hot female vocalist.
I see. I'm guessing it's this song, Napalm, or... No, wait, it's Napalm Records.
Yep, that's them. I can't remember the name of the song, but yeah, it's got that part. Some of those guys are driving some of the vehicles are guys that I knew.
I found the video, yeah. Damn, this is cool with the cars and stuff.
Yeah, listen to her vocals, damn. She's got some hellacious voice with vocals.
And they got the high notes down pat.
Oh yeah. You heard of Queensryche?
Hey, I'm sorry, it was, the earbud was in my ear. What'd you say?
You heard of a metal group called Queensryche?
I don't think so.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking about. They did a song called Queen of the Reich. Had some of the highest vocals ever in it, and the girl there, she can reproduce that song note for note.
God damn.
In fact, the first time they recorded her doing that song, she was half drunk at one of those karaoke bars, and she hit it half drunk right after a concert. She hit it note for note.
God damn, that's awesome right there. I'll have to look that up as well. I'll give them a listen like tomorrow while I'm at work.
Yeah, I like most of their stuff. Some of their newer albums were... I think one of their songs actually had Queen of the Reich on it. They copied it, or did a cover of it. They're pretty good musicians. They did a couple of, I don't know, songs I didn't really like, but I like some of their earlier, most of their earlier stuff. They're from Canada. That don't mean nothing. There's been a lot of good metal groups from Canada.
Yeah, that's true. Man, yeah, from the guitar and stuff, it sounded pretty fast-paced, which it's been a while since I listened to fast-paced metal.
Oh yeah, the album that song was off of was all like that. They kind of mellowed out a little bit, but their first like 3 albums were pretty fast-paced.
Yeah, I'll give them a listen tomorrow. I'll look it up. I've been needing to rotate some more music through on the old playlist at work.
Roger. Yeah, while you're at it, give Queensryche a listen. I like their first couple albums. It's pretty good. After that, they kind of mellowed out too much, but they went too radio friendly for me. But made them a lot of money, which I don't hold against them. But I like my music a little harder, a little rawer.
Hey, a little heavier, a little non-radio friendly is always good.
Yeah, there are a lot of groups. I like their first couple albums, like Motley Crue. I like their first 2 albums. I took the third, Theater of Pain. I went and bought it, put it in my stereo in my car, a cassette. Listened to it for about 5 minutes, ejected it, and threw it out the window.
Like, this ain't good, this ain't it. Right out the window.
Yeah, Home Sweet Home wasn't quite my cup of tea.
Yeah, I still find it hard to believe that that's by Motley Crue.
And Smoking in the Boys' Room.
You ever hear a band called Ghost?
Oh yeah, I like some of their stuff. I don't like all of it, but yeah, I usually keep up with the metal stuff. That's what I use YouTube for.
Yeah. I saw them live. Hell, they were the opening band. I gotta think. But they were the opening band for the Iron Maiden concert. They did a pretty good show.
Oh yeah, they got their shit down. I like some of their videos that they made. I can't remember the name of the song, but it's about these two dipshits walking up to the house and think there's a party there. That's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, I know they got some like black humor in there, or dark humor.
Yeah, there's another group I like really well. Unfortunately, the lady, the singer, she committed suicide, but it's called Huntress. There's a song called Eight of Swords. It's fucking awesome as hell. I knew her from California. She used to be a nude DJ. That was a thing there. But yeah, unfortunately, she suffered from a lot of mental health and ended up taking her own life, but she was pretty awesome.
Audio. I think I've heard of Huntress before. At least I've heard the name of the band. That's cool you knew them. That's sad. It seems like good artists always go that way.
Yeah, she's the witchiest woman I ever met in my life. She actually thought she was a witch. She studied a lot of, I don't know much about witchcraft. It's I guess the good witch shit or whatever they're called. I told her you got a copy about that shit. Different herbs and shit that will heal you and crap. Stuff that was good for you. She knew all about that crap.
You know more about it than I do. My sisters might know about that stuff. They like look into the occult and all that. You said it was Eight of Swords, like the number?
Yes.
I'm gonna add that one to the list to listen to tomorrow as well.
Yeah. Hold on to your underoos. Man, her screaming that song is so fucking primal, it'll fucking knock your socks off.
Sounds like a great song to listen to right at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, they did another concept song, I can't remember the damn name of it, about vampires. Shows these idiot people going to this castle or whatever, and they all get attacked by vampires. If you look up Hunters, you'll find it.
Damn. Shit, man, now I got a whole bunch of music I get to listen to. I'm excited about this now. I'm not excited to go to work, but I'm excited to have some good music to listen to.
Yeah, have you heard of Danzig?
Yes, I've heard of Danzig.
Yeah, a little pipsqueak. He actually has a pretty good voice. I've met him too. I just had one conversation with him one time. Very short. He's a nice enough guy. But he's definitely different than the persona that he puts on stage.
I feel like 90% of them are. But I like some Danzig stuff. It's been a while since I listened to them, but I have a core memory of, I think there was that song that they had that was on the radio all the time. I was sitting in the car with like my uncle and my pop, and he's like, God, I fucking hate Danzig. I hate the singer. I love the guitar sound and all that, but I hate the singer.
Yeah, that would have been the song Mother.
Yeah, I think that's it. I just remember sitting back down like, I kind of like this song.
Yeah, I think that was their only commercial success.
Oh, it would have had to been a commercial success to get on regular radio.
Oh, back then it was getting on MTV. That's where you made your big money.
Back when MTV played music and music videos and not whatever the hell it is now.
Oh yeah. Music 24 hours a day. unfortunately, they fucked that shit up.
Yeah, corporations probably joined in and we're like, hey, we want to make, terrible TV shows. People go to MTV expecting music, now they got terrible TV shows. Perfect.
Yeah, the way they started that channel, that was brilliant. They just had a countdown for days on that channel. Just flipping from, I don't even know where they started. But everybody was watching it, everybody was excited because nobody had seen, music television before. I was sitting there watching it when he hit like 30. I sat there and watched on it's pretty cool.
I bet it was. And nowadays they couldn't do anything like that. I mean, I think MTV was channel 31, regular TV or cable, whatever you want to call it.
Channel 30.
What was 31?
TNT, I think.
Shit, I don't know. I'm thinking it was 31 then.
Yeah, it was channel 30 from, all I knew is same in California it was as here, channel 30.
Yeah, I believe you're 100% right. I'm just trying to figure out why the hell my brain thought it was 31. But maybe it's because my mom would leave it on TNT or something. But I remember watching, I think it was like 45 was Spike TV, 48 was True TV, 49 Sci-Fi, Comedy Central, and the History Channel and all that. Anyway, that was a worthless ramble. Sorry about that.
You're alright. Yeah, I remember all the MTV channels. 46 was MTV Classic.
MTV Classic? Where they actually played music?
Yep. 30 went to stupid shows and crap, and then most of your music was on Classic. Then they started the same shit on the Classic, and then they went to another one. It was 155. Can't remember what they called that channel. That was the channel that that metal show was on.
Was it actually called That Metal Show?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. I do not know that show.
Look it up on YouTube. You should be able to find some clips.
I remember on like Adult Swim, which is Cartoon Network After Dark, there was a show called Metalocalypse for a while.
Oh, yeah, animated?
Yeah, it was an animated show, and I remember they had like music and stuff on it as well.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
My ass always fell asleep before then.
Yeah, if I remember it was on kind of late.
No, I think if it was on Adult Swim, it had to be on late, at least after 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I remember staying up just to watch some shows and stuff, or just waking up in the middle of the night and the fucking George Lopez, his TV show being on at Lowrider blasting at Mock Jesus.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. What was that stupid show, this animated, had the French fry guy and the pickle dude, they were all like food items, but they were, talking and shit.
You're talking about Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and I definitely remember that show. I had like 5 lots worth of fries, Master Shake was a shake, and then there was meat wad.
Yeah, that's it.
I remember watching that show a lot, actually. It was incredibly stupid, but I still kind of find it funny.
Oh, yeah, it was stupid, kind of funny, yeah.
Hello out there.
Hello out there to you, too.
Yes, this is Sunwave listening.
What do you say?
I kind of fell out. Who was that out there?
Sunwave.
Sunwave? You say Sunwave?
Yeah, 10-4.
All right, Joe. You got the 555, or some people call me the Demon. Where are you at?
Northwest 6 in North Walker.
Oh, 10-4. Yeah, I'm about Northwest 36th and Classen.
Oh, you're right there by 520.
Yeah.
10-4 on that. I think they're listening, talking about music and stuff, and I miss those MTV days as well. Just don't, MTV ain't what it used to be.
No, I don't know why they ruined it like that. I mean, if they played music videos, people would watch it. Tons of people would watch it. I don't understand their business philosophy.
Evening there, Sunwave.
Hello there, is that 520?
Yes, sir.
It's good to hear both of you guys. Back in the 90s, used to watch a lot of that. And I remember Danzig, Mother, and everything that was mentioned on the air. And some of the music I liked, some of the music I didn't like, but that was just the way music is.
Yeah, the two memorable bands from the 90s were Danzig and Pantera.
Yep.
Pantera and Walk.
Yeah, that's the most awesome two-chord song you could ever have.
Sunwave, are you talking on that, what was it, where you stuck like an extra link on that antenna of yours?
It's a counterpoise, 103-inch wire.
I couldn't hear you, sorry, man.
It's a counterpoise that you stick to the ground side of the BNC connector, and you sling it outward from your body, and it kind of acts like a counterpoise.
Man, you're really hard to hear for being as close as you are. The northwest side here, we should be hearing you better. See, you're talking on a wire?
Oh, it's 51-inch telescopic antenna, and the 103-inch is counterpoise.
All right, Joe. Do you have it up in the air, or is it just sitting on a table somewhere? Or?
I'm actually standing outside using the EHT. Can't use it indoors. There's a bad dead spot in that area.
Yeah, how high up in the air is it, or is it just sitting on the ground?
No, I'm sitting there holding the radio.
Oh, shit.
It's a handy talkie, dude.
That's not bad for a handy doggy.
That's the Cobra HH50 WXST. I want to go with the mobile with some kind of antenna setup, but the antenna is the problem because I just can't put up an antenna on a whim.
You can't put it where?
I can't put up an antenna on a whim. Landlord will probably shit his pants.
Hell, you live in an apartment or something?
Yeah.
You got a balcony?
No balcony here, just a window, east side facing window. I have to go out. I have to physically go outside to use the radio.
Yeah, Sario makes a balcony antenna, but you can put it anywhere. It's kind of cool looking. I don't know who sells them, but they you can temporarily set it up outside. You know, you have to get it up in the air just like any other antenna. But evidently it's real easy to take down and put up. I watched a video with a guy that had an apartment he just put it on a some kind of bracket that he put a couple of screws in the side of the apartment up as high as he could get, and just hung it there and ready to go out in the window. So he's making contacts all over town. And he'd take it down and pull it inside for night, you know, when he didn't want anybody to really see it the next day.
That's pretty neat.
I think they make 3 versions of that. There's a smaller version, and then there's kind of a medium, and then there's a really large one. I think it's upper elements, like 102 or 103 inches long.
About a quarter wavelength. Yeah. I'll look up Stereo's website and make a decision from there.
Joe. I don't remember pricing on that. I think, shit. It's a damn online CB outfit, CB something, CB Sales. They were selling those antennas for a while. I don't know if they still are.
Yeah, I'll explore that and see what the prices are. And the apartment's kind of, it's kind of a tight space because I have to have the electric bike inside there too, and computer desk, and dresser drawers, and everything.
Yeah, living in an apartment sucks though, unless you're upstairs and have a balcony. But I got another friend that lives in an apartment. They won't allow any antennas. He put a mobile in his car and he found a hill. He just goes up there and parks up there and brings a thermos of coffee or whatever and sits up there and talks.
I was working just via the mobile for a while before I got this base.
I could probably do some talking from the E-pipe somewhere up in a high area in Oklahoma City. Kind of like on the east side of a hill. I'm not really at the peak, but it's more eastward facing, and with other buildings in the downtown area, I tell you what, it's not always perfect.
Now, if you can find a parking garage with an open top, you know, the top parking deal is open, those are great too.
There's a really good spot if you're taking, I'll let them
go up there when back in 2000, way back in the early 2000s, I had a ham ticket of just a technician. I used to take my 2-meter HT on top of there and talk.
Sorry, Sunwave, I keyed on you there.
I was going to say there's with Demon's talking about like for a good height area, I found that if you're going southbound from up at, what's it, Broadway Extension, there's that little bit of the overpass that goes over 40. I parked my truck up on top of, there's like a little area where you can back up and be out of the way. It's like it's like they plan for another exchange to connect there or something. You can park right there. That's a damn good spot to be parked at, especially if you're going to do local talking. I was able to annoy Gary. That was perfect.
Oh, yeah. That dipshit. I know all about that guy. They're listening on Rattlesnake stream for a few years in my personal equipment as well. Got a few SDRs in there that I listen on.
Yeah, I know that's right. Using a stream is pretty helpful. It's just, it's delayed, so whenever I was talking on just my magnet mount, I would respond way after the fact, and even then I don't think I was getting out that well.
That's the, we got to be thankful for that delay. You come to think about it, because you're trying to do your own radio check, and that delay when you're done talking, it comes back to you a second or two later. So you won't be hearing your your voice box along with it. So you get a pretty good idea of what your signal's doing.
Yeah, it's like a good talkback delay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. And then other times that delay sucks, but that's YouTube.
One thing I found out about the SDR stuff, it's all digital. I wouldn't depend on that to see how you sound or whatever. A lot of that's digitally filtered and shit. It may not actually represent what your radio actually sounds like.
Yeah, because it's only up to the certain depth of the resolution of the analog digital converter. Like what Rattlesnake is running is considered a good quality SDR, as a matter of fact. The SDR Play RSP1A. It's got a 14-bit depth ADC in there, and that's just the resolution of the analog being converted in the digital into a USB data stream and being converted back.
Gotcha. Being 11 o'clock, I just realized the time. I gotta get to bed, y'all.
Okay. Go count some sheep. I guess I'm getting out of here too. It's nice meeting you there, Sunwave. Maybe we can talk again. I'm waving my hand at you. It's 5:55. Triple nickel. I'm back out.
Hey, y'all have a good night out there. It was good talking to y'all, and I thought I'd you come out here while I could and get a little bit of airtime with you guys. And I'll talk to you on the flip flop. This is Sunwave 10-7.
10-4.
Hey there, driver in the white Volvo going westbound. You got your ears on?
What's that?
Hey, this is that Swift truck with the coal trailer. Hey, are my trailer lights still on?
Who's you hollering at?
The driver in the white Volvo heading westbound on 40.
Oh, Tim, well, that ain't me.
10-4, appreciate it.
You know the fuckers that drive Volvos don't have radios. Come on.
10-4, I heard that.
right on that. Yeah, they're long days. Show has. I ain't long. I'm gonna do the same thing. They did a little run around today without to eat. Their anniversary today, so. Anyway, it's been a long day. I get up pretty early too, so I just sat in here and messed around on the computer a little bit.
do not enter sign message.
because he's an ambulance driver, he can just do whatever he wants to.
Your back lights are on. Put down big dog on it,
Roger the phone, fella.
Break 19 for radio check, come on. Break 19 for radio check. Anybody got a copy on me? Break 19 for radio check. Anybody got a copy on me?
Look good back up our 40 cow wagon. All right, man, I appreciate it. Have you a good day today. Happy trails.
Hey, buddy, you got a wreck up there, rollover in front of you about, what's that, Meridian?
Hi there, driver. You got a radio check?
It's off to the side there to the north, but there's cops everywhere, you know what I mean?
You say eastbound side of 40 there, driver?
Westbound 40.
Copy. Have a good night.
I guess it'd be about MacArthur, Rockwell, somewhere in there. How fast is that green wagon? You got it on?
Go right on.
got shit to the structure, so you don't come on.
breaker. It's early in the morning.
City. Another thing come through here, can't even get in a word edgewise. I can't believe it's as wide as it is. Hello, come in, Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob.
Here is
salió, pero... Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but if I didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to walk.
What, for it to slide back and forth?
Yeah, it hurts my hips when I'm stationary. I don't know why, but it does. You know how to fix that, right?
I'm trying. It ain't a lot.
at you, look at you. You good to the other side of town.
Ah, well, you looking good all the way back 108.
Oh, get those in shit, hell. We ain't seen nothing since we jumped over back yonder at the 108.
Good night, buddy. Well, y'all have a good ride.
Back at you.
Hey, Dustin.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you come back, go clear up to the front, ahead of that front truck there. There's room to park there, and I'll park behind this back guy here.
Once somebody shows up, you're clear from this one.
Okay. They call him Mr. Cool.
Hell yeah.
go that motherfucker. We'll do that again.
Morning, Snake.
Hey, good morning.
Well, I got my headache rack from my truck.
Hell yeah. be damned. These people are calling 911, claiming people have strong opinions.
Huh? What?
These lefty retards are calling 911 because somebody's got an opinion.
Oh. They'll make up all kinds of shit, too. Yeah, the people out here like that on this radio that operate on this channel. If you have a different opinion or you even voicing the same thing, they come unglued. You don't need to tell me what to blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no shit. I go through that from occasion. I went through it yesterday morning, in fact. Talking about something, and I was like, yeah, and well, I don't need nobody telling me blah, blah, blah. Well, hush, dude. I was saying the same thing you were.
Damn it.
Well, I think you know who that might be.
Probably. Yeah, I guess I missed it.
Yeah, it was, I think right after you left yesterday morning. Sometimes I think people's underwear wasn't right when they got up in the morning. Or go rub one off or do something.
Fugitive grandniece living in New York DA's Lita James's Virginia home. Kentucky nurse gives CPR to a raccoon drunk off moonshine.
Raccoon drunk what now?
Raccoon drunk off moonshine.
I've seen them get drunk off like a fermented strawberries. Oh, mercy. Fucking allergies are driving me crazy. Dude, I've literally been sitting here sneezing this whole fucking time.
Ooh, it's quiet out here this morning.
Just keep it that way.
idiots out in California, helicopters trying to land, and the tail rotor went out. Motherfucker crashed, and people run underneath it filming it. Damn.
Damn it.
damn it.
Cornbread.
You look up at Cornbread Mafia.
No, I never did. By the time I got home yesterday, I wasn't even on my mind at all, but I do need to look that up.
Burning out there for fishing. Is this thing getting out, Snake?
Too loud.
What about now?
Your microphone's way too loud.
Well, there's the mic ain't halfway open yet.
Sounds like you got a blower going on.
Yeah, I can't understand it.
Blower kill.
The air conditioner's going.
All I heard was
This conditioned over with all that noise in his background. He ain't even just a damn stock hand mic.
Who is that out there on that radio?
That happens when you run power mics and you have an arm's length away from them and you got background noise. It'll pick it all up quick.
Any better?
It stayed the same to me.
And you got something turned up too high.
What radio you got that on? Getting there. There's still got that roaring fan noise shit in there.
What radio is he talking on?
I don't know.
Break 19 for radio check.
Hey, check's in the mail.
Break 19 for radio check. Come on.
A what?
That's my Saturn. I got that Echo Max 2000 hooked up on it.
Hear me?
You hear me, Buffalo?
Roger.
I got one
Echo Max 2000.
Break 19 for radio check. Can you hear me, Rattlesnake?
Yeah.
Is this radio working all right?
Yeah.
Thank you kindly.
Buffalo.
Yeah.
See if I can make it over Mount Trashmore.
Morning, John Boy.
Good morning.
Oh, hell. It's Huntington Beach, California. Part of the tail rotor come flying off. It started spinning around. It crashed into some palm trees.
I thought I saw that video, something flew off the tail there.
That stupid bitch is filming it. Oh, it's coming down. Oh, it's coming down. I got some pretty good footage of it.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Hey, Jimmy, you got it on?
Yeah, we're all in. Go to the 88. Hey, Snake.
Yeah.
When this 88 on the RF power, that little button ends low, ain't it?
Oh. Hell, I don't remember. One or the other. I think out is low, in is high or something.
Yeah, just when you get over there to the shop house, it's the furthest one way. Do have engine access, right? And that loader's right behind you. He'll shine some light for you and help you too. Make sure you get in the right spot. Engine has some on the other balls here, and I'm always taking to that first wet line, but I'm reasonably sure I put it in the right spot.
Yeah, in's low, out's high. I just checked it on the meter there.
Fucking tired of sneezing.
Yeah, is that any better here, Snowman?
Yeah. Not better.
Pour a little juice to it.
Yeah,
understand you.
It's an Echo Max 2000 I had hooked up on that Saturn because I got both these stock mics on this. One of them's on this 88 and the other's on that 929.
Hell yeah.
Morning, Snowman.
Do what?
Morning, Snowman.
Good morning, John boy.
Damn it, man. Ain't been no shit talkers on there?
I ain't heard much of anything. I've been over kept the season off and on like a motherfucker. I took me a Benadryl and hopefully it'll quit here soon.
I don't know, but this little squeaking ass mouse in here is gonna have to go somewhere else.
Do what?
This little squeaking ass mouse. I got a mouse over here. I think it's back here behind my big ass speakers and stuff. I hear him back here squeaking.
Damn.
What did you get him?
That's the way it goes. First your money, then your clothes.
Yeah, don't fuck around them crazy women and that don't happen.
Define crazy.
Well, let's see. The ones that are psychologically off the rocker.
Well, that's everyone I know.
Well, there's some worse than others.
Oh, damn, Snowman, I got to take my truck over and drop it off this morning. The heater core went out.
Uh-oh.
Do you know what that cost?
Well, I know what I used to charge when I did them. What were they getting you for?
Oh, they said anywhere between $1,500 and $2,000. You got to take the dash loose to get to mine. I guess all of them, but anyway.
Yeah, well, they forge them out of that way. You can have the dash laying out in the seat in about 30 minutes and have the heater core in your hand within 45.
Well, I don't even want to change a flat tire anymore, so, but anyway, it's the little 99 truck, but damn it.
Yeah, shit, boy. They hitting you hard. Dude, seriously, a lot of these shops and mechanics will make things sound like, man, that's a lot of work taking out maybe 8 screws, take that top, that dash panel deal loose, and remove all that shit, you know. Because like we did my 99, we just undid the screws that hold the whole top panel and moved that shit back, and there it was.
I've never had a heater core go out before. I've had everything from new cars to old junk ones, you know, just $500 cars. Never had a heater core go out.
Right. It happens. You know, like I said, my old 99, that 4x4 I've had about 6 years now. Oh, let's see. Second year I had it's when the heater core went out of it. But hell, that other truck I've had, shit, 17 years. I've never had no problem.
I think I got my 99 little F-150's got 111,000 miles on it.
My 99's got 263. My 2003's got 269.
I inherited that one from father-in-law, and he bought it new the day me and wife got married, and showed up at the wedding in it. Anyway, they passed away, and I inherited it, but it just don't have a lot of miles on it.
Roger. Well, if you get where you want to sell it, you hit me up.
I got mad at my Chrysler 300 here a while back, and I sold it because I got tired of every time something goes off on it, it's $500 at least.
Right.
I ain't never going to another Chrysler again.
Yeah, I could comment about a lot of that shit, and people out here will get all pissed off about with Chrysler GM shit. But I've been kind of sold to my Fords because I ain't had to do much really shit to it. Hell, that's what made me switch over to Ford. Hell, I used to twist wrenches for a living, and that was the least thing I worked on.
I put 250,000 really hard, fast miles on my E250 van, and it never did break till there at the end. I had a sensor go out, but I mean just, you know, brakes, tires, stuff like that.
Yeah, right. Hell, the worst I've had happen on my old 3 I've had 17 years was a coil pack. One of the spots on it quit firing, so I had to go get another one. But I've had to change alternator, battery, starter. Other than that, that's it. My son-in-law, he's got a newer Ford, and hell, they're constantly differential this or something with the transmission that, and hell, he ain't had it 2 years, and I'm like, I told my daughter last night, I said, that's why in the hell I run them older Fords. I said, I don't like the newer ones. I don't like none of the new shit, period.
I hear you.
I'll stay to my 20-year-old 10-gen Ford trucks. You know, like I said, I've ran one 17 years and had very little trouble. I'll go out there right now, throw a key in it, and take you anywhere in the United States you want to go, as long as we got gas money.
The same problems with the Harleys. Newer Harleys, you can't do anything on them without going through the dealership or buying a bunch of software to get one part to talk to the other. The other ones, you just put that stuff on there, but all them new Harleys are a nightmare.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have these guys with these Chevy trucks. Oh, man, my truck's faster than yours. My truck's faster than yours. Yeah, but every time you turn around, shit, every 6 months to 9 months, they're putting another engine or a transmission in the motherfucker.
Well, when you get right down to making things go fast, it's just all about who spends more money.
Well, there was an old philosophy I was told when I was a young kid, fast don't last.
Yeah, I had a 67 GTO and it was fast in its day, but now it's there's grocery getters that run as fast as that goat did.
Yeah, and what's sad is they're fucking little four-cylinders you can flip upside down in the back end of that pickup. But if you put some weight on that little motherfucker's back, it's just going to go, that's it.
Used to 6 seconds, 0 to 60 was pretty fast, but anymore, that's just something you run to Walmart in.
Yeah, that's your daily fucking beater, grocery getter.
You ain't got a hot rod anymore. I mean, the most it should take you 3 seconds to go 0 to 60. If you ain't hitting that, you just ain't got a hot rod.
Well, hell, it was like back in the day, them older fucking pickups, and hell, if you got 5-6 miles a gallon out of them, you were doing good. Hell, shit, these 10 gens, I get right there close to 20, if not 20.
Yeah, my goat did get real good gas mileage, and the other problem it had was the brakes on a GTO are horrible.
Yep. I had a Ford pickup. You got, what engine you got in that, 6 or the V8?
It's V8.
4.6.
Yeah, it ain't, it ain't no hot rod, but it just, runs along.
Yeah, the two-wheel drive in those will get about 22 to 24 miles a gallon. Those trucks get insanely good gas mileage.
I've got an 05, it's got the same motor in it, but the 05's got different gears in it. It'll cruise along on the highway pretty good. Slow on the city streets, but runs good on the highway. But the little black one's faster on, getting off the ramp and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got my 4x4 in my 99 has got that 4.6 in it, which that kind of consumes a little bit of the gas being the 4x4, which they do differ. And then I got my 03 that's got the 4.2 V6 in it, and that does 19. And hell, I've got a pretty heavy bed box in it, and I drive that pickup. I don't pussyfoot. I have drove it its whole entire life. I've had it.
That's the one you got your radio in?
Oh, I've got I've got radios in both of them. Yeah, that one you always talk about you want to put on a pole, that's that 03.
Oh, no, not on a pole. I want to put your whole pickup on a tower. Pickup gets out pretty good.
Well, that's what I meant. Put it up there somewhere in there.
I heard you way up north one time on that thing. It gets, I think you're going fishing or something. But anyway, it gets out real good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got no complaints with that thing.
I got to get a bigger tower, though.
Right. I just need to get my damn penetrator finished up out here. I need to figure out me some way where I can stand it up out here in the front yard and work with it. In the backyard and a short piece of pipe and a welder. Well, you know the rest of the story.
Yeah, you got all your pieces to that penetrator?
Yep. New gamma match, all new stainless steel fucking bolts and everything.
Coffee, Black Chief?
Well, you just got to get her up.
Hell, I'm looking at the gamma match right now, laying here on this desk. And the new stainless steel hardware in a Ziploc bag. Every bolt for the gamma match, for the radials, all of it.
That's fine. We're in the dark down here. Can't really see what's there.
Whole thing wrong with a penetrator is if you get them up, you're good, but I mean, they're just kind of heavy and bulky.
Yep. Yeah, you got to climb this tower and stand on top of a crow's nest deal and kind of stretch. If you're short, dead boy, it's a pain in the ass. I put them up there before in the past, but I can't climb it no more.
And I got 2 of them up.
Yeah, your tower, you can just lay that motherfucker over on the ground.
One on my garage, I can't. It's on a pole.
Yeah, and you stood it up like that, didn't you?
And I put it together like that. I climbed up there with a fucking ladder and picked it up and slid it on the pole, clamped it, and put the legs on it.
Hell, yep.
Morning, David.
I got a test post out in the backyard. It's got an underground feed to it. Comes into the shack, and I can go out there. It's a telescoping pole, but it's mounted into the ground, so I can go out there and hook a little beam on it. And it says the bottom set. It'll be about, if it's put up horizontal, it'll be about 6 foot off the ground, or you can raise it up about 20 feet or so and kind of work with it, play with it, and get it set up.
Hell yeah.
Can't put nothing on sawhorses or on the ground because my dogs get in it.
fucking burr. Goddamn AC just kicked on and that shit shot down my neck.
These motherfuckers, man. I did that online renewal thing for your license. They said take a selfie to prove that you and all this shit, and they said this picture will not be used on your license. Well, I got an email saying it was approved, and it won't be sent. Well, what fucking picture are they going to use? The one I sent them, they said they wasn't going to use.
Right.
Yeah, they'll probably just find one in a magazine somewhere and paste it on your driver's license.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Just like that damn medical marijuana card. You can send them your shit and every time. They'll kick back the first picture. You can turn around and send that thing.
Yeah. Try going to the tag agency and getting a driver's license. It's like little fucking Havana in that place all day long.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my old lady, when she tried to do her picture, I think she had to do it like three times or some bullshit, man. Quite a few times. They kept rejecting it.
Yeah, they did that on my marijuana card all 3 times. They reject the fucking picture. You can turn around and send the same picture back to them, then they approve it. I said, what gives on that shit? Well, we gotta reject the picture because the background ain't light enough. You turn around and send it right back to them. Motherfucker, okay, that works.
Fucking burr.
appreciate it.
You know, I didn't buy tickets to this shit show. I don't appreciate them making me watch it. Yeah, every damn day about this time, boy, I tell you what, I don't appreciate this shit. We can't do nothing but choke his chin.
I hear you say.
this ugly girl. And, me being a branch of the military and everything, I figured she was ugly and everything, but I just had to do it for my country. So I went ahead and turned her around, put a beautiful American flag right over top of her, handled my business even though she looked like a goat fart out of a damn blasted drum. I did it for America.